Yes. Is there any news? All right, make sure all of our kids are off. All right, any other prayer requests? All right, let's pray real quick. Thank you, Father, Lord. Thank you for today. Thank you that we all get to be here, Lord, on Wednesday. Halfway done with the week, Lord. Please bless the kids, Lord. Give them strength, wisdom as we go through today in class. Also, please bless Pastor or whoever's speaking in church tonight, Lord. Please allow them to be able to bring a truth from your word to us. Please have Bible class for us to be able to get through a few notes and for us to be able to learn something new or be reminded of something we already knew. Bless this day. Bless all the kids, Lord. Please help Kylie's unspoken, Lord. As you know all of our thoughts and things we need, Lord, through our daily lives. Lord, so please help us be able to trust on you for that. Also, please help Emma's grandfather, Lord, as he's still going through that. Please protect him, heal him, and make everything come back negative. Also, please give her family peace and comfort through this. Please bless this class, and in Jesus' name, amen. All right, yesterday we were talking about what? We finished up one thing. What were we talking about yesterday? Yes. Okay, good. We finished up talking about the comparisons of the tabernacle, right? How it's similar, or there's similarities between them. But then we also talked at the end the meaning of it, how Jesus was, or how the tabernacle was, right, the center of the camp of the Israelites, just as Jesus should be the center of our life. We talked about that yesterday, and today we're going to be getting into the purpose. We might finish the notes today, or we might have a little bit tomorrow after our verse quiz, but let's just get through it. There's not too much. We have the purpose. Okay, the purpose. We began talking with the meaning. So what does it mean? Right, it means incarnation is basically in the flesh. Then we had what a theophany is God showing us himself, but not in a physical form. We've seen how that's in the Bible. What is the purpose of incarnation? Why do we have to know this and be able to understand? Okay, first, we're going to see a few points, but God does have a purpose for everything he does, right? Whether we understand it or not, whether it's something in our life and a situation happens, or we don't get accepted into a job, college, work that we want to, sometimes we can be confused, but God always has a purpose, okay? Question is, what then is the significance in us or among us? What's the purpose of it? What is the purpose of Jesus coming down and dwelling among us, as the terminology we use? What's the purpose? It's to reveal the nature of God. Okay, turn your Bibles to John 1:14. We read it at the beginning of the lesson, and we're going to read it again. John 18. 1:14 is our verse. John 1:18. And the Bible reads this: No man has seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him. Okay, we see God in things, but we have never seen obviously Jesus Christ. We've never seen God the Father in body, right? He's revealed himself in other ways, but not in body. So we see, or to reveal, the purpose of it is to reveal through Jesus. This was the first time God would be in a physical, fleshly form. Okay, so the first purpose of it is to reveal the truth. Until the birth of Christ, men had never seen God. Okay, it's all by faith. Okay, he talked to people through burning bushes, through different ways. Okay, they had seen theophanies. Okay, seen God, but not physically. But they had never actually seen God. They had seen only God's handiwork in nature. Romans 1:20 says this. You don't have to turn to it. Romans 1:20 says this: For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power are without excuse. All right? Again, the verse beginning, it says this, for the invisible things of him. Okay, talking about God, the invisible things, like we don't see him. We know that. Okay, the invisible things of him we see through what? What did the verse tell us? It says we clearly see through, we see God through, are we listening? No? Okay, the Bible says this again, please pay attention. All right, for the invisible things of him, or God, from the creation. Okay, we see God through creation of the world are clearly seen. All right, we see God through creation. Okay, and we read about him in the Old Testament as well, in the Bible, scriptures. Now, us to know him how? What do you think? Different adjectives you could use to fill in the blank. God wants us to know him how? I need some participation. I know it's a thing. All right. How does God want us to know him? Patrick? How? His word. Okay, it's not bad. I'm looking more of like a relational term, right? There's different ways I could know somebody, right? I can just know him, or I can know them more. What's the adjectives that fit that? Personal. Okay. What's a term that you use if you kind of love someone? Your relationship is, starts with the I is the word I'm looking for. There it is, intimate. God wants an intimate relationship with us. Thank you. It tells us that in Hebrews 1. Read it out loud. Okay, God wants to know us intimately. Okay, this is why. This is the first purpose why he sent Jesus, to reveal the truth of God to us in body. God, Hebrews 1:1-3 reads this, God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, okay, or by the Bible. Okay, that's how he talked to people in time past. That's what it's saying. And unto us by his Son. Okay, this is the writer of Hebrews. We don't actually know who the writer of Hebrews is. A lot of people assume it was the Apostle Paul, but we don't know. Okay, it's one of the only books we don't know. We don't know. We just don't know. Okay, but the writer of Hebrews tells us, how did God speak to people? It says by the word. Use the term prophets, Old Testament. That's how it, in time past, okay, God talked to people. But then the writer says, so he's saying in his time and even still in our time, okay, spoken unto us by who? How does God speak to us? Obviously still the Bible, but through who? Jesus. Okay, whom he, okay, talking about Jesus, hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory, and the express image of his person, and upholding all the things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high. All right, this verse is referencing to the beginning, saying, hey, in old times, before Jesus, God talked to people through, okay, obviously through theophanies, but mainly through the prophets or the Old Testament, or people God sent to talk to them, to bring a message to them. How we talk to God, or how we're able to talk to God, is through, obviously we have the Word, but as we've learned in John 1:1, the Word was with God. Okay, the Word is also referencing to Jesus. Okay, so we talk to God now through Jesus. But yes, all those things you pray. Okay, when we're praying, we pray to God, but it goes through Jesus. He's our mediator. He's on the Bible tells us that And we see that in Hebrews 1:1-3. All right, therefore, called Logos, or the expression of God. Okay? What aspect of his nature did Christ? Just said the first purpose is for God's truth, or for the truth of God to be revealed, basically, right? Okay. What aspect of God's nature did Christ reveal? What was it? You gotta speak up, sorry. Okay, not quite. What aspects of God? So we know how God revealed his truth is through who? Jesus. Now, what aspects of God did Jesus reveal? Yes, specific things. Specific aspects of God. One real easy one. One, you might not, but one real easy one. He came to show us for God so loved. He came to show God's love. All right, put the phone away. I don't want to take him this early in the morning, but I will. All right, so he came firstly to show the love of God. Secondly, he came to show us the just is just, right? Because remember how we talked about yesterday, because he sacrificed himself, the penalty of sin was not just taken away. It wasn't just disappeared. What happened to the penalty of sin? What? It was paid for, and Jesus took it, right? Michelle said it was paid for through Jesus, and no, Jesus took it from us. It's not that it just disappeared. It's that he took it. By the justice of God, God is still just. There's still a penalty for sin. It was not taken away, but it was taken from us. Jesus took it upon himself, which I know a lot of us already know, okay, but it's a good fact to review. All right, not only do we see that he came to reveal, okay, but we also see he came to of God. Okay, back in John 1:14-17. Okay, so our review verses. Okay, it says this. Obviously, we know verse 14. You can say it in your mind or out loud. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. John bare witness of him and cried, saying, This he that cometh after me is preferred, was before me. And of his fullness have all we received, and grace for grace. Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. Again, referencing that same thing. The law, okay, the beginning, the Old Testament came from who? They were referencing it back to the prophets. How did God speak to people in old times? It was through the prophets. Okay, we'll see it again in a different verse. Okay, the Bible never contradicts itself. All right, but now we're spoken to the grace and God's communication through, it says, but grace and truth. So God talking to us, his grace came to us, obviously, the grace of salvation, and the truth of his word came to us by Christ. All right, that's where we see, okay, God to reveal the grace of God through Jesus Christ. In the Old Testament, man saw God's law. God through Moses and other people and justice. Okay, God was gracious, however. Even in the Old Testament, his grace just went unnoticed. Now God wants us to experience his grace fully. He still wants that today, right? We wouldn't really and all the blessings we have in a day-to-day life. Okay, I know all of us have a lot of blessings. All right, how does this incarnation reveal God's grace, though? Okay, we can kind of see how it revealed the truth of God, right? A little bit. Okay, how does the incarnation or Jesus coming to flesh, how does that reveal God's grace. Specific. He didn't have to send who? He didn't have to send Jesus. Sending Jesus by the incarnation. Incarnation, again, means God in physical form, so it's just sending Jesus. All right? He didn't have to do that, did he? He could have said, man, they sinned against me. The punishment for sin is going to be death and hell. They're just not, they're all go to hell. All right? But he didn't. He had grace. He did not have to send Christ. We had deliberately transgressed or sinned or did against what God had commanded us back in the Garden of Eden. We were guilty and justly condemned. We deserved the place called hell. But, or furthermore, man did not even want God's love and grace. We see that throughout the whole Bible and even today, right? People reject God. Okay, they either don't believe in him or they believe in a different false gods, right? We see that, yes, even today, but in the Bible, we saw it even then. All right, the Israelites, people of God, the chosen nation of God, denied God time and time again. They would go to him, and then they would go back to false gods or themselves. They'd go to God, then they go back to false gods and themselves. All right, we see that. It's still something that happens today. All right, but with that, okay, God still showed his love. It still showed his grace. God still sent Jesus to die for us about 2,000 years ago. That's how the incarnation revealed God's grace. Okay, the incarnation reveals God's grace because he still sent Jesus. No matter how many times people we mess up day after day after day. Okay, by the way, this illustration, okay, here's an illustration that helps. Suppose that someone stole from you. Okay, if someone just took something that you thought was valuable, or a piece of your clothing that you liked, or some shoes, or your phone, or money, right? You get a little mad, or like, who in the world took my stuff? I'm going to find them, and I'm going to kill them. Okay, that's what's in your mind. All right, side story. All right, shh. Okay, I mentioned this before. I'm a person that gets hangry, right? Food is important to me. It really is. Okay, I'm sure some scale of level, except Michelle. Okay. All right, in college, I played college basketball in our practices so that people could work after classes. All right, so we had all morning classes as players. Then we'd be able to work during the day for those that needed extra money for their college bill. So practice was always from 9 or 9:30 to 11 or 11:30 at night. Okay, it was always really late. And that's what we did every day. All right. Okay, if I went out and got food, maybe for dinner that day, Chick-fil-A, had my sandwich meal like I get every single time I go, and I got an 8-count classic nugget that I also always get every time I go. All right, I had that. I ate my sandwich, ate my fries, had my nuggets, put them in the fridge in our locker room. I was like, all right, I have a snack for after practice, right? Because you're always hungry. You run for 2.5 hours, and you're hungry, right? I don't know about you, but I'm always hungry. I want some PB&J, some noodles, something to eat. So we finished practice that night. I shower. We have some showers in the locker room. I shower, changing. Okay, I'm like, all right, some Chick-fil-A sauce, some nuggets, about to grub. I open the fridge, and my nuggets are gone. They're gone. They disappeared. And in my mind, all that hope I had in my soul, I was like, man, I have food, and then it wasn't there. I'm like, someone is going to die tonight. All right? I'm just serious. I'm furious. Okay, there's a few guys who are my closer friends still in the locker room. I go in there. I can't say everything I said. All right? Nothing was too bad, but I can't say everything I said. But I was like, who in the world took my nuggets? Who took them? All right? Everyone's like, I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. I'm the senior this year. I'm the senior of the team. People respect me, whatever you want to say, all right? So they see me like, Nick, we don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, guys, I'm serious. Like, who took my nuggets? I'm angry, all right? And then I'm like talking in this like soft but stern voice, like, all right, no more messing around. Like, where's my nuggets? All right? And there's like 3 or 4 guys in the locker room sitting there like, Nick, man, I don't know. And then one of them says, hey, I think Joe took them. He's on the team. He's a freshman. Okay, we had a team group chat, okay, where everyone, our coach and players, but we also had one with just players. All right, but I texted one. Look, I just said EOE, okay, that was just something we used. All right, and all the players and coach was in there. And I texted my nuggets. You are going to die tonight. Okay? So everyone sees this. All right? I'm trying to calm down a little bit in the locker room. I walk back to my dorm. And as I walk in, the culprit walks to me in tears, saying, Nick, I didn't mean to take your nuggets. I didn't know they were yours. I ate them already. And I was furious in the easiest way put. And I was like, if you ever touch something of mine again, I'm going to kill you. I go to my room. They're yours. And I was the captain. Oh, because the freshmen always call me that. They're like, oh, captain, my captain, or whatever. They're weird. All right? But they're like, I'm sorry. He was like, I'm sorry. I didn't know they're yours. I was like, dude, just get out of here. If you stay in here, I'm probably going to destroy you right now. All right? I'm very mad. All right? Because that's how I am sometimes. I overreact. All right? So then the next morning, we leave at 5 a.m. Okay, remember, we practice late at night, right? And we leave, no, it was like 6 a.m. We leave at 6 a.m. for a road trip. All right? I get there maybe 10 minutes early, 5:50. We're packing our bags for our trip. Freshman Joe walks up to me in the morning. Okay, remember, it's early. We just had practice late at night. It's early. He probably didn't go to bed till 1 or 2. Okay, that means he woke up probably at 4:30 because he walks up to me and says, hey, Captain, I got you some Chick-fil-A. And it had the little nugget biscuit things and some hash browns and like a Powerade or something. And I was like, man, Joe, thank you. Yes, his name is Joe. I won't say his last name, but his name is Joe. All right? But that's how I felt. Okay, someone stole from me. They were caught. Okay, my first reaction was not, even after he gave me food, my first reaction was not grace or mercy. It was, you are going to die. All right? You took everything away from me that mattered at that moment of time. My nuggets, that's all that mattered. All right? Obviously, it's just a funny analogy, but true, okay? I thought at the moment I was very hungry, okay? And I did not want to have grace. But, okay, back to the purpose of this, okay? But, okay, with this story, if someone stole from you and you caught them, would you forgive them and give them mercy? Okay? Or would you want to slap them, curse them, deserve mercy, or they don't deserve your grace, or they don't deserve forgiveness, right? That's how I reacted. I don't know how you react. I'm sure I don't react like that all the time. Certainly not anymore. Maybe sometimes, though. You never know. All right? But that's how I reacted. How do you react? But how God reacted to man, okay, to us, when we directly disobeyed him. Okay, and now we're born with a sin nature, and we still all sin today. When we continuously decide to do what we want instead of what God wants, okay, that's like slapping God in the face. That's like cursing at God without actually cursing at God. It's like, God, forget you. I'll do whatever I want. I don't care. All right, but with us reacting like that on a daily basis, to be honest, right, most of us probably sin or do something every day, whether small or big. So we continuously are slapping and cursing God in the face, but he still decides to give us what? Grace, mercy, forgiveness. Okay, obviously he did this through the incarnation, the purpose, through Jesus Christ. Basis. Okay, to those who don't know Jesus as Savior. So if you don't, I promise you, you need to. You'll understand this a lot more, but if you do, you forget and take it for granted. But we understand the grace when we say, hey, are you saved? Are you going to heaven and hell? Heaven or hell? Okay, you say, oh, I'm saved. I believe on Jesus. We take that for granted a lot of time. I do as well. All right, but Jesus has saved us from a penalty that is worse than anything here on earth. It's worse than someone taking, right? It really is. And give us that grace. All right, we're going to be done with the purpose of the incarnation. Okay, we went over the first two. We have one more to go over tomorrow, but it was to reveal God's nature. Okay, to reveal his body in the flesh. Okay, that's the first purpose, to show mankind God in the flesh, the Son of God, Jesus Christ. But more importantly, it was also to reveal his grace, to show how much he loved us. But that he on himself for us. All right. But that's the end of the notes today. It is Wednesday, so no homework. I gave you guys an easy 100 grade to add with the classwork verses. So, work on something. Asking the wrong person. More? All right, distant learners, thank you for have our verse quiz over John 1:14, and your booklets are due tomorrow. Make sure you turn your stuff in, or else have our quiz over the lesson on Friday. That will be for. You guys have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right, we're going to begin class. So let's make sure all of our notes are pulled out. Talking is done. Phones are away. We're going to begin. Jaylene is snacking away. As long as you're quiet and no mess. I hate the sound of chomping, so I do not want to hear you. Like, I hate that. I want to rip whoever says it. All right, let's pull out our notes, and we're about to begin. What did we talk about yesterday? Let's go a little review. Okay, that was one thing we talked about. What is expulsion? Big difference. Big difference. Okay, same idea. When you get expelled from school, you're not executed. You're just, you disobeyed a rule that was too far. Okay, make sure our phones are away, whether, I don't know, drugs, so many different things. So many different things. That would be something that you get expelled for. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. From school. For school. All right? No. What did you guys think I said? No. It was like an insert. It was like this. All right, I saw someone on the phone. Put your phone away before I take it right now. All right, and then drugs. All right, sorry for the miscommunication. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. All right, shh. Okay, we talk about expulsion. Okay, basically doing something wrong against the Constitution or any amendment. Okay, you're going to be kicked out of office. Easily put. What's something else we talked about? What about money? Okay, good. The P's. You're close. You're on the right trail, though. You're on the right trail. They had privileges. We talked about their pay, the purpose. The last thing, which we already talked about, expulsion. They already said privilege. Last thing is, what's another word for expulsion that starts with a P? It's a penalty. We did talk about those different things. Okay, let's see, something you guys would say. What was a minister of the house? What's the name? Chaplain. At least one of us should be able to get it. Come on. At least you should get it. But, no, got it. Chaplain, that's a pretty easy one. Let's see. Each house employs a secretary that is also known as a what? What does the CAO stand for? Chief Administrative Officer. The CAO. What do they do? Simply put, okay, if you're chief of administrative or administration officer, you're chief to do what? Okay. That was a little more specific than I was looking for, but yes. Okay, it just obtains the operation. Okay, helps, makes it move well. Okay, helps maintain all operations. Okay. The 20th Amendment adopted in 1933. We talked about something, how the Congress always has this meeting time on what day and what time of every. No. At noon, good. January 3rd at noon. That's something else. Sorry, I think it's November actually. It's not December. It's the first Tuesday after the first Monday of November. I have no idea. Somewhere else. Maybe. I highly doubt it, but you never know. Let's see. What did we talk about? Where is Congress paid out of? Treasury. Treasury. And it's just like they said it, but it doesn't mean it's just going to be approved automatically. Yeah. And go through like other offices. We just said it, the treasury. The treasury is not just like a thing or one person, it's like a group of people. There is obviously one person, but a group of people. Let's see, what else? We talked about your salaries, the privileges. What are some special privileges of Congress? That wasn't one of them on the list, but yes. What about staff and assistants? There you go. Okay, that's about it. Travel allowances. Yep, just basically a bunch of different benefits. Oh, I think that's good enough. All right, and today, sorry, what branch was that under? Where are we going? Yes, that was the beginning of the legislative branch. Okay, I just want to review that a little bit as we move into our next section. All right, we're going to still be talking about legislation branch, okay, but we're going to be talking about a few different things. All right, legislative. Okay, we're going to be talking about the responsibilities. Okay, we talked about like the purpose of, right, the things that are within the legislative branch. Now we're going to talk about the responsibilities of it. We see in Articles 1, Section 7, structures and procedures help Congress fulfill their responsibilities. Their major responsibility is to make laws. Okay, that's what this branch does. However, the Congress also has other responsibilities, which include representing the constituents and overseeing the other two branches of government. Sorry, guys. I'm warm. I got it. I'm just going to turn down to 73. It's only 70, but it feels warm to me. All right. Okay, but that's the beginning. Okay, this responsibility. We're going to see first they have a responsibility in lawmaking, as we just mentioned. All right, the Constitution gives the Congress all legislative power. So they have this power of legislating. Makes sense? The legislative branch has the power to legislate or legislate. Responsibility of Congress. About 9,000 bills and resolutions are introduced during each session. Less than 10% are adopted. Okay, with this, with this responsibility of legislating, okay, pass bills or try to pass bills. So we must know what a bill is. Proposed new law. Pretty common sense. A bill is a proposed new law. Okay, it becomes law and an act of Congress once it's voted in. When it passes, it has to pass both through the House of Congress by majority vote and signed by the President as well. Okay, within bills, we have two types of specific bills. We have public bills, which apply to the nation at large. These may involve such items as tax measures, copyright law amendments, or armed services appropriations. But we also have private bills, which apply only to the individual citizens or groups of people. Okay, so public and private bills in that. Okay, with the bills, we're going to see this term called resolution. Resolution is a statement of opinion or a legislative assembly. Resolutions Congress can adopt. First, we have simple resolution. This is the resolution passed by only one house in dealing with matters relating to that house. All right, so basically, say we have three houses. Okay, 1, 2, 3. This first resolution, so say Ellie comes up with a resolution or something like that. Okay, and it passes, and it's just a simple resolution. It only deals with the matters of relations of this house. All right, does not affect everyone else. That's a simple resolution. Then we have a joint resolution. This is passed both by houses and, let's say this is the executive presidential house, because there's only two of you. Sorry, I'm going to say president. I think Grace would be more organized, but I think you'd be a great right-hand man. Like, you'll do whatever they need to do and get it done. All right, so we have, say, the joint resolution we have here and here, two people working together to get this resolution through. And then lastly, we have a concurrent resolution, where this is a resolution passed by both houses and dealing with matters that need joint action but no formal law. All right, so this is basically two houses working together. All right, these are the three resolutions. Does everyone have it down? I forget how many blanks are there, so I don't know how much you have to write. So I'll just make sure you guys have time. All right, but now, guys, again, I'm going through these notes, okay, and I've been adjusting them, but you guys already have the old printed ones, okay, so they're going to be actually a lot different. They're going to be a lot different, I won't lie. Okay, so you might want to write this either on the back of your notes or just make it work with the blanks that are there. All right, but it is a bit different, but I feel like this is more organized and better the way I redid it. All right, bill becomes a law. How a bill becomes a law. Okay, first, really, let's go to page 86. I'm just going to be reading that right there. Okay, that's the best pages to show you if you ever want to look for tests or quizzes. All right, but I'm just going to be reading it. Okay, first, how a bill becomes a law. We see it. Actually, give me 1 second. I could have sworn I typed it. Maybe I didn't save it. I don't think I did. I apologize. I thought I saved it, but I didn't. All right, so how a bill becomes law, it's on page 86. I'm just going to be reading it, all right? And then we're going to go back. It's drafted. Okay, a bill, although it must be introduced by a senator or congressman, it must be drafted, and the bill may be written by anyone. It has to be drafted by someone and then introduced. Okay, so really, okay, not anyone, but anyone could draft a bill, but it has to go through and be represented or introduced by a senator or a congressman or a woman. Okay, second, like I just mentioned, it has to be introduced. Okay, most bills can be introduced in either house. Money bills must originate in the House of Representatives. So if you want to put in your notes in that area of notes instead of like filling it out, because I didn't think how the notes had it were the best way, okay, just put page 86. That's how the slides are going to be in future reference. Thirdly, we have to read by title. Okay, this bill, read the title, how it's numbered. Okay, then it's going to be referred to the committee, which we're going to talk about in a second what a committee is. Okay, each house has several standing committees, which review and refine all the bills of that house. Okay, referred to a committee. Okay, after it's referred to the committee, it's referred to another set of committee, the subcommittee. Okay, this is the committee usually that refers the bill to a subcommittee, which may hold a public hearing on the bill. So the bill is trying to be passed. Okay, after it's referred by both committees, it will be reported by the full committee. So it'll go committee to the subcommittee. Okay, then it'll go back to the committee if it's still being passed and trying to be drafted and everything. And then they can kill the bill, amend the bill, or draft a new or approve the original bill as it was written. Okay, they can kill the bill, so say, hey, this isn't going to work, it's terrible, throw it away. There's too many errors. Or they can amend it, okay, try to push it, say, hey, we're all for this, we want this. They could draft a new version of the bill, so they could say, hey, it's all right, but it needs some work. Let's adjust some things, change it to where it's going to work for everyone better, and then we'll try this process again. Or they can approve the original bill, so they say, hey, this is good, we're going to keep on moving forward with it. Okay, then it's reported to the whole House. The committee reports the bill to the whole House, and the bill is listed on the calendar. Okay, this is in the House of Representatives. The bill is given to the Rule Committee. Okay, acted upon. We're going to see the bill will have to be acted upon by the entire House. After debate, so people argue and say, hey, this and this and this, hey, this and this and this, hey, this and this and this. All right. After, through debate, the House may either kill the bill, amend it, or pass it as it is written. Okay, again, so it has to go through all of these processes. Okay, they can say, hey, no, this is terrible. Hey, no, it's just not right. Kill it. Or they can amend it, say, hey, it has some good thought. All right, it has a lot of good stuff. Let's keep on working with it. Or they can just say, hey, it's ready. Let's keep on moving forward with it. Okay, then it's going to be acted. So now it's acted by this first House. Yes, sir. Because it's universal laws, right, that are held by the country. But our country is pretty good. It'd be hard to only have Washington, D.C., everyone just living in Washington, D.C., and then, like, the country just doing their own thing, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so you have different areas and governors that lead. They have some of their own power. Obviously, we've seen this a little bit. Some people use it too much, okay? But governors have to run their states because there's so many people and stuff. And different areas call for different rules and stuff. And different parties are voted in states, so not everyone sees eye to eye. But they're all bound by. And after, so say this House has a bill, right? It did everything I just said. You have committee, subcommittee, okay? It's gone through everything. All right, now from this House, okay, it must also go to the other House, the opposing House, or the people that are like, hey, we don't know if we want this, okay? And it has to be gone through them as well, okay? If one House has a bill, then that bill is sent to the other House. In the opposite House, the bill must again pass through steps 4 through 8. Okay, so these steps we just said, 4 through 8. Okay, so it has to be these referenced through committee, reported by the committee in the House, acted by the entire House. Okay, what just happened all over there must now happen all over here. Okay, so we have committee, Ian's our subcommittee. After both houses are like, hey, we've examined it, it's gone through the process, it's still good. Okay, you gotta think how it's hard to get actually passed. This is why a lot of times things never get passed. All right, if a bill passes through both houses, but in different versions, a conference committee is composed of members of each house may be called to work out a compromise. A compromise bill is then reported to each house for approval. Okay, so then after both have the bill, okay, so this side of the room has a bill, this side of the room has the same bill, but you guys change it to how you thought it'd be best. You guys change it to how you thought it'd be best. You have one large group come together for debate, and you're like, hey, we think you need to change this, this, and this. And you're like, no, we need to change this, this, and this. We're going to create a compromise bill, okay, so that both parties are satisfied for, sadly not always, but it's for the better of the people. Okay, and this compromise bill will then be reported, okay, to each house for approval. Okay, lastly, okay, if this bill has made it through all these processes, lastly, it will be delivered to the president. 10 days after receiving it, or veto it. If he does in session, the bill automatically becomes law. If he ignores the bill and Congress adjourns before the 10-day period expires, the bill is dead. This is called a pocket veto that we're going to be going over more as well. Okay, this is what did I say? This is how bills become laws. It's a long process. All right, a long process with that. Okay, that we already mentioned, kind of what they were. That's all within on page 86. Okay, we talked about a committee, subcommittee, but some other terms we need to know. Okay, so you don't have to write these terms on the sides. Maybe write it by how a bill becomes law. Hopper is a box on the side of a clerk's desk. Okay, pretty simple term. It's a hopper. It's a box on a senator's desk that thing's going in. Okay, with this, okay, we're going to see if a bill is sponsored by members from both parties and this was mentioned in what I just said, it's called a bipartisan bill. Okay, just like a bicameral house, it has how many houses? 2 houses. A bipartisan bill is where both parties are sponsoring this bill. Okay, we talked about what a committee is, a subcommittee. Okay, now we're going to be getting into the process. We have some special terms and things used. Okay, things that can overrule things. Bill successfully makes it out of the committee. So remember how we talked about in the committee, it's in there. Okay, it's being talked about, voted on, committee, subcommittee. Okay, if it makes it out successfully, it goes on to the floor. Members have the opportunity to debate the bill before voting on it. Because the Senate is smaller than the House, senators have the privilege of unlimited debate on the bill. Sometimes senators will use the privilege to try to defeat the bill by this term called a filibuster. Filibuster. This is an attempt to kill a bill by stalling the votes on it. The only effective way to prevent a filibuster is to invoke the Senate's talk or conversations or debates. Okay, this is something that tries to get used a lot. Again, since the senator have a lot less people, okay, they try to use this idea of filibuster. Okay, the practice, we mentioned this term already, but the practice of killing a bill. The practice of killing a bill by not signing it when, Congress adjourns it is called a pocket veto. Obviously, veto meaning ultimate power, like you said. Basically, you can say no to whatever they say. Okay, this is like a pocket veto, something on the side, a practice of killing a bill but not signing it when Congress adjourns. It's called a pocket veto. Okay, like I just mentioned, we have the term veto, comes from the Latin meaning I forbid. Okay, so if no, she wouldn't want a snack. If Emma says, "Hey, Mr. Coral," so I'm the executive branch in the classroom, as we all should know. Okay, Emma's like, "Hey, Mr. Coral, can I have a snack?" And I say, "I forbid." Okay, I just vetoed her free will of having a snack. Hopefully we can do that kind of stuff later. But this is the idea of a veto. Okay, but we're going to see, so the president, although he is the executive branch, and he might try to veto something, he can be vetoed himself, which we're going to talk about in a second. Okay, so veto, we need to know this term, something used quite frequently. Okay, it's basically saying, "I forbid." Okay, Jaylene's like, "Hey, can I have my parfait?" No, I forbid. All right, but I forbid, but like Noah said, let's say everyone but Ian, Ellie, and Hannah are like, "No, Jaylene can't have a snack." But everyone else is like, "She can have a snack. That's okay. That's free will." Okay, that's kind of what happens. The Congress may veto the president's veto by a 2/3 vote in each house. Okay, know that it says 2/3 vote in each house. Okay, it can't just be one of the houses. It must be both. But that's the only way to veto the president's veto. All right, a few more notes we have to go through. Do you want to keep on going? Yeah, a few more. All right, we're going to see the representation of this legislative branch. Okay, representatives of people, they have a twofold purpose. Okay, these representatives we have, they have a twofold purpose. Okay, in the process of making laws, members of Congress must represent their office. Okay, House members represent the people of their district, okay, while senators represent the people of their state. A representative, again, has a twofold purpose. First is to protect their constituency from harm. Secondly is to promote beneficial legislation. Okay, we're going to need to know these. This is the twofold purpose of representatives. Okay. Insight, knowledge, okay, determination, honesty, integrity, right? These are all attributes that we would want in anyone in government. Okay, representatives, senators, president, vice president, okay, Speaker of the House, anyone. But especially representatives. Perhaps the most important quality, however, is one most often overlooked. It is the quality of character. Someone that has true character means a lot. Okay, character is the essence of a man or woman. Character determines one's thoughts, words, and actions. Okay, basically meaning, or easily put, okay, if someone has good character, we should already know this. It means they are trustworthy. Okay, it means they have a good testimony in their sense of government, or people being able to rely on them. Okay, they have the correct thoughts. It's not just my personal vendetta. Okay, but this is my thought, and the process I think is best for the people. Okay, in words, I speak gently, but firmly. Properly aggressive, right? And even the Bible shows us how to do that. Okay, and also in actions. Okay, they're not just retaliating in anger. Okay, someone that has good character. Okay, a man of godly character will exhibit those traits: some of truthfulness, purity, honor, justice, faithfulness. Word gives us a model of a good leader. After Moses, right, according to God for the people, 10 Commandments. All right, with this, okay, observing the strain of this Moses, his father-in-law Jethro counseled Moses to appoint others to assist him. Moses followed Jethro's advice and distributed the burden of leadership. Okay, so Moses had that helped him was Aaron. Okay, there were also others that helped him. Notice notice the types of leaders Jethro told Moses to appoint. Men, okay, competent. Okay, people that will actually help do something. Okay, people that fear God. Okay, they said, hey, we're going to be doing this because of God told us so, or respect God in everything we do. People that are truthful and that hate covetousness. That's what we see in the book of Exodus. Okay, those are, even the Bible tells us, hey, Moses, you need help with leadership. This is how you should pick people. And that's how we should still pick people today. The Bible gives us an example. We should use it. These qualities listed in 21 are still the best qualities for leaders today. Because who can perform the required task will be productive for people they serve. Those that are in accord with God's moral law, or the Bible. Laws that will bring blessing to a nation. Men who love truth will embrace when it is not politically expedient. Right? It's easy to lie sometimes. It's like, hey, to get this passed, we need to just lie a little bit. Okay, it's easy to do that. It's like, if this it'll look good, even though it's not completely the truth. All right, but telling the truth is better, whatever the consequences. Men who hate covetousness will not use the government to benefit themselves, but will exercise stewardship while in office, treating their position as a public trust. Finally, it is interesting that of the four qualifications listed above, only one has to do with someone's actual ability, okay, or the Bible says able, while 3, God-fearing, truthful, hating covetousness, okay, have to do with morality. Only one of them, again, deals with someone's actual ability. The kinds of qualities that comprise a leader of character. All right? Only one of them, the Bible tells us, only one thing that really matters about someone's ability is that you're able, you're willing. All right? The Bible tells us to be willing and obedient to God's will. Okay? Just as a person, especially in government, as it shows us, they just need to be able. Everything else is a morality issue. Okay? We have to know how to know what is right and wrong, and we know that through the Bible, and we've talked about that before. Okay? So, representation of character. But there's some views of representation. Some views of representation. Two main ones. There are two views of representation. Okay, representatives in the U.S. Congress generally hold one of two views of representation. Some representatives position. That's the first view. A trustee is the representative votes according to his personal judgment rather than the views of his constituency. Okay, a trustee, someone who says, hey, I know the best for the greater good of everyone, so I'm going to vote on that, on the judgment of my personal belief. Okay, the trustee views his position as one of making the best judgment based on available information. Okay, when he does not agree with them, he votes his conscience. Okay, as someone we know, his last name Burke, said while he was a parliamentarian, okay, he quoted this: "Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment. And he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion." Okay? So these representatives were voted in by who? By the people. Okay? So the people voted it in, people were saying by doing that, hey, I trust this guy to represent us. Okay? So the trustee mentality has a mentality of, hey, I've been voted in by these people, so they've trusted me. I have to be able to use my knowledge to the best of my ability and the resources I have to make the best decision for everyone. This is a trustee. Okay, the second view, an opposite view, and see their position as that of a delegate. A delegate is the representative votes according to, that is a typo, according to the desires of his constituency rather than his personal judgment. All right? So basically, delegate, easily put, is considered a what? What's something you could call them? Not being mean. It's just what they are. Huh? What do you say? Someone say anything? No guesses? It's a people pleaser. Right? Not that that's a bad thing. Okay? But sometimes you might know something and you could make a for someone, but the people are like, no, I want this, no, I want this, no, I want this, right? We see that in the Bible, right? The people of Israel see all these surrounding nations that have kings and leaders, right? Who was supposed to be the king of Israel? Obviously not in body, but God, or the Lord, but God, right? God said, hey, I am the king of Israel. I will rule you, protect you, provide for you. Okay, but that wasn't enough. Okay, because the people saw these other nations having a human king, they demanded a king. And God brought King Saul with that, but it brought consequences, okay, with having a human king. That allowed authority by one man, okay, and we see how Israel reaped the consequences of that. Okay, same thing as being a delegate. Okay, pleasing the people can be a good thing. Okay, sometimes that's a good thing, but not always. Sometimes maybe the people don't want what's actually best for them, meaning they might not know all the information. They just say, hey, this looks good right now, so I want it now, right? When you're a kid in the grocery store, sometimes you see things, you're like, I want this, I want this, I want this, right? No matter if it's good or bad for you. Or if you go to an outlet, ooh, I want to touch this, so let me touch this, all right? But as a or if you're a delegate, a lot of times they have the idea of, I just want to stay in this, I'm just going to do trustee to say, hey, each one, the trustee could also use his power and say, hey, no, I'm just doing what I want rather than what the people need. Okay, there's pros and cons to both. Okay, so there has to be a balance. Two views of representation. Okay, we'll be done there for today. I think we'll be good going there today. And we'll finish up the last page under this Powers of Congress is Wednesday, so enjoy it. We will have class tomorrow. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. If not, cool beans. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to get started just real quick. We're going to get started with a video, so if you're a distance learner, just hang tight. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. The rest of you guys, make sure you guys pay attention to this, all right? All right, we are on 9.4, so we're on page 42 of the supplement, page 143 of the text. Page 143 of the text, page 42 of the supplement. And ideally, with the 10 minutes left in class we'll finish up through 9.4, and then tomorrow we'll just have kind of a review video over network crystals, because they're so fascinating, they actually have their own video. So that's what we're going to do with that. That way, we're not trying to do all that right now. Your quiz over 9.1 to 9.3 will be Friday. Your test 3 will be Monday, Tuesday, and it's only over chapter 9. I don't do the whole quarter test thing. All right? So, let's see here. And then, oh yeah, your chapter 9 homework is also due on Monday. So, you guys will have most of tomorrow and whatever time is left after your quiz on Friday to work on your homework. Okay, so that's going to be the idea. Distance learners, if you guys are wondering what videos we're watching, I linked the playlist in Google Classroom, or if you guys here want to go back and rewatch them. And the list of videos is at the front of your supplement. If you guys look under each chapter, you will see triple C and followed by a number, and then the title. Okay, so that means Crash Course Chemistry. That's the name of the series. Okay, the number is obviously the number in the playlist. Okay, the playlist is just there on YouTube, and then the title, make sure that you have the right video, because every once in a while they like to go in and play with the numbers. Okay, so just make sure you have the right one, and that'll tell you also in parentheses which sections in our book that video covers. Okay, because obviously we didn't go in the same order. All right, so if you guys ever want to go back for a review, or you want to go back and rewatch them, or you didn't catch everything the first time, so you want to go back and see what you missed, keep in mind that on YouTube you can slow down playback, which is useful if you need to hear a lecture slowed down from me or from Crash Course, because they go quick. Okay, that 0.5x playback is extremely helpful if you need to hear something again but slower. Okay, so that's a trick you guys can use. But now we're on 9.4. Hopefully everyone's had enough time to get there. In a solid, the particles are fixed in definite positions about which they vibrate. Solids are classified according to two basic types. A few solids have no ordered arrangement or pattern for the particles that compose them and are known as amorphous solids. The particles are arranged randomly. Some examples here are tar, butter, grease, glass, and some plastics. Such a solid does not have a definite melting point, but rather softens and becomes less and less viscous, aka syrupy, over a broad temperature range until it becomes a liquid. Real quick, I'm going to mention this because he mentioned it on the video about glass used to be taught was a liquid. As a matter of fact, that's what I was taught when I was in high school. It was just an extremely viscous liquid was the teaching. Well, since then that's been disproven. Glass is definitely a solid. The reason for the misconception in the first place was we dug up or we didn't necessarily dig up, but these old windows had wider bases and narrower tops. And it looked like there were almost flow lines going, and so we just figured it just took a really long time for them to flow out of the windowsill. Okay, and by we I mean scientists of the day, because I had nothing to do with it. All right, so that's what was taught for the longest time. Well, turns out, no, it's not. It was just the glass-making process wasn't perfect, hundreds of years ago. And second of all, and more importantly, the reason for the wider base and the narrower top was just because it was easier to put it in the windowsill on. That was the entire reason they did it. We actually found, documents that they created it that way. Okay, so that just so you guys know, that's where that misconception came from. So if anyone ever says, well, glass is actually a liquid, no, it's not. It's a solid. It's just, it took science a little bit to catch up. Okay, so that's what's going on there. So the second type of solid, though, is a crystalline solid. This is characterized by particles arranged in a regular and repeated three-dimensional pattern. And you can see this here in figure 9.23. In your book on page 143. A crystalline solid has a definite melting point or a very narrow range of temperature over which it melts. Now, the simplest repeating unit in a crystal is called the unit cell. Okay, and so if you look with me on figure 9.26 on page 145. Okay, so make sure you're on page 145 in your textbook. I did not go through and try to recreate these shapes. All right. By the way, real quickly, on page 144, you see the unit cells in a wallpaper pattern. Okay. If you want a non-chemistry example of a unit cell, there you go. where you just can repeat that over and over again and get just a bigger version. Okay, bathroom tile is a common example of this when it's done right, especially if there's a pattern printed on it. Okay, you'll see that. So there are several different shapes here. Simple cubic. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, on page 144, I'm sorry, table 9.5. I don't have this in my notes, but in table 9.5, you see the several different shapes that we can have between the crystal systems, and so there's 7 of them. We can have cubic, which we tend to think of when we think crystal. Tetragonal, which just means we have a longer bond on the sides. Hexagonal, rhombohedral, orthorhombic, monoclinic, and triclinic. Okay, and so those are the different shapes that we can have. But realistically, what we're worried about here is the types of unit cell. And so there's simple cubic. Simple cubic, if you look there on page 145, is the least efficient use of space. Okay, you'll notice there's a whole lot of empty space all around there. Okay, and inside. And so there's a whole bunch of empty space, but it's extremely easy to continue on. And so this is... Then there are 2 others. There is body-centered cubic, so part B of that diagram, okay, where there's also one in the middle, okay, and that body-centered cubic, that fills up a lot of that empty space, but there's still quite a bit left. So then we can have face-centered cubic, which is also known as cubic close packing, or sorry, cubic close packing, sorry. And you'll notice not only we don't have it centered, but we have the center of each of the faces of the crystal with a molecule. And so based on how dense the crystal is, is caused by which type of packing is used here. Now, a crystal does not consist of separate unit cells stacked together like building blocks, any more than a piece of wallpaper consists of thousands of scraps of paper pasted together at the edges. Okay, you don't have individual little squares of wallpaper that gets stuck up and that the person installing has to line up very carefully. No, it comes in like long sheets. The computer or whatever it is they use to print it repeated the cell on a single sheet, and that whole sheet is a unit of wallpaper. Does that make sense? Okay, so much in the same way that you don't have scraps of paper all over the place, in a crystal you don't have individual little cells. That's just the smallest repeating unit. Does that make sense? But realistically, the whole thing is your crystal. There's no real way to subdivide it. Now, not all crystals have a cubic arrangement. This was just the example here. Another arrangement that is extremely common in nature is the hexagonal arrangement, okay, also known as hexagonal close packing. This is one of the most efficient crystal structures, and you can see that there on the bottom of page 145 in figure 9.27. As its name suggests, this arrangement allows atoms to be packed together as tightly as possible and minimizes empty space. Many metals, such as titanium and magnesium, have a hexagonal close-packed structure. Many other metals are arranged by cubic close packing, a face-centered cubic, which also minimizes empty space. In the body-centered cubic BCC structure, each atom has 8 individual neighbors, but both the face-centered cubic and hexagonal close-packed structures allow 12 identical neighbors for each atom. Hence, FCC and HCP are more compact crystal structures. Each has about 74% of a given volume occupied by atoms, compared to about 68% by the BCC structure and 52% for the simple cubic structure. And you can see several examples for the metals and unit cell arrangement for crystal structures they assume in figure 9.6. The first one there is hexagonal close packing. Then you see, includes things like beryllium, magnesium, cobalt, titanium. There's a reason why titanium is so hard. There's not a lot of gaps to work with. Okay? And cadmium. In face-centered cubic, we have calcium, silver, copper, nickel, and aluminum. And in body-centered cubic, we have all alkali metals, iron, chromium, tungsten, and barium. Gotcha. All right, so that right there is the end of that. So, real quickly, that last video I'm going to show is over page 133, covalent networks, and then we'll discuss briefly those blue boxes at the end, some common applications of crystals tomorrow. All right, I will see you guys later.
don't forget that tomorrow we're going to have a quiz. Tomorrow is a quiz, 3.1 to 4.2. Make sure you study for that. You're ready for it. Today we're going to be on page 79, 4.4. Yes. By the end of the week. I had to make sure everybody was finished with them. Eliana just took hers yesterday, so. You have to take yours still? Okay. All right, so 4.4. Section 4.3 listed expenses as totals under various major headings over a set period of time, often a year. In actual practice, yearly expenses are often found by using estimates for smaller time intervals and breaking down a category of expenses into smaller, more easily estimated subcategories. Breaking down expenses for a car will be discussed. However, the same process can be used for other major budgeted items. Okay, so we're going to talk about itemizing and estimating expenses for your car for the year. This whole process can be done for other things, like if you own a house, estimating the repairs, estimating your electric bills, your gas bills, your water bills, your trash, all that type of stuff. The same thing can be used for other different areas. But for this case, because typically you guys in here and people taking this class are not going to have a house to estimate bills for. However, you might have a car to estimate those bills for. So, making it practical, we're going to use the car example. To estimate yearly car expenses, first estimate how long a tank of gasoline lasts and what it costs. Okay? If a 20-gallon tank of gasoline lasts about 10 days and gasoline costs approximately $1.35 per gallon, then $27 is spent every 10 days. Multiplying the 10-day cost by 27 gives it by 3, gives a cost of $81 every 30 days. Add $2 to cover months having 31 days. Therefore, the estimated monthly expense for gasoline is $83. Okay? The car has 3 scheduled maintenance stops for oil changes during the year at a cost of $35 each, or $105 per year, or $9 per month. The cost of gas and oil is therefore estimated to be $92 per month. That's $83 plus 9. That gives you the 92. Include the cost of tires at $210 annually, or $17.50 per month. These calculations now give a total cost of $109.50 per month to operate the car. Since these costs are only estimates, you can round to $110. Insurance costs $720 per year, or $60 per month. Repair costs can be estimated if 2 repair bills at $105 and $85 were incurred the previous year. You add those together and you estimate a little bit higher, so they estimate $250. Divide that by 12 to give you about $20 per month. Consider the cost may be in the form of monthly payments. If the car is paid for, the owner still needs to set aside money on a regular basis to purchase the next car. So if you have a $21,000 car, allow for purchase, and 6 years is estimated time before trading in, and you can get $3,000 for it. So you're looking at $250 a month for the cost of ownership of the car. Add all the expenses together, and you're paying $440 per month for your vehicle. Notice that only operating costs are immediate. Insurance may be paid monthly, yearly, and the ownership costs are simply savings for future need. Repairs are done as needed. These monies should be set aside periodically until needed. Okay, so basically when you're budgeting, you're coming up with these amounts. It says right here that we're going to have $440 per month for the car. Okay? But again, these are estimated. You're not going to go and buy a piece of a tire every month until you need 2 new tires. You're going to set that money aside until you do need new tires. Now, you may not need to get new tires every year. Hopefully you don't, unless you're driving a whole lot. Typically, tires you can get that go up to 50,000 miles. So if you're driving 50,000 miles in a year being in high school, you're driving way too much. Kylie? Okay? Yep.
Thank you.
So, again, oil changes. You're not going to get an oil change every month. Typically, you're going to get oil change every 3 months, every 4 months. You may not have to have those repairs done right away. So, but you want to set aside money every single month so that when you do have those repairs that need to be made, you have the money set aside to go ahead and do it. If you own your vehicle, you don't have a payment. You're setting money aside so that when your car does die, you have money set aside to go buy a new vehicle. Okay? So this $440 a month is estimated for budgeting because we want to make sure that we have money set aside. We're planning for the future. If you have a car, you know problems are going to happen. You know you're going to get a blowout on the freeway. Okay? You know you're going to have to fill it up with gas every week or two. Every couple days for some people. Okay? So that's why we're estimating and itemizing these things so we can plan ahead. In the next couple of weeks, what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you do a fake budget. Okay? I'm going to have you write a budget of your own. I call it I have a project that I have you guys do. I forget what I call it right now. But I'm going to have you guys come up with what career you might want to have when you graduate. You may have done it. But I switched it over to this class. So you get to do it again. I have you guys write a budget using the money that you would make during that career. I have you guys look at where you want to live and using where you want to live as part of figuring out your costs for your budget. Okay? So, today is Wednesday. There is no homework, but I want you guys to still work on page 80. Page 80, work on those problems. Any questions, you can come to me, talk to me about them. Again, I should have your test to you shortly, so hopefully by the end of the week, as long as some people finish taking it. Okay, so other than that, we are done for today. Quiz tomorrow, 3.1 to 4.2.
I got it. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So let's talk about the drama kind of review of yesterday. Okay. So yesterday we talked about the different aspects of the drama. We talked about the exposition. The exposition. Some of them kind of like the background of everything that's towards the climax, which is the highest point of intensity in the story. Then the following action is kind of everything is starting to resolve and everything. That is where we see why things happen the way they did, and we'll understand the reason for things, and then that. So that is the drama. You guys will probably have to, or you will be quizzed over the different aspects of the drama. Okay, so be familiar with the different aspects of the drama. Okay, so we didn't get into this yesterday, but there are two kinds of dramas. There is the tragedy. Okay, these deal with tragic events. Surprise, surprise. Okay, tragic events. But in these tragedies, the tragic events actually have great significance. Okay, so then the tragic characters are usually important figures, such as kings or rulers in their most exalted moments. A lot of the dramas, tragedy dramas, they're talking about a lot of royalty or important people. Okay, and then within the tragedy, the theme deals with the universal questions of life. Okay, so those are the different aspects of the tragedy of the drama. Comedies, they obviously end on the happier side. They want to make people laugh. Okay, comic events are the trivial and everyday details. So tragic, it deals with universal questions. The comedy kind of is more something that we can relate to. The everyday details of the life. Comic characters are not exalted, but are the people of lesser importance. So in a comedy, this is kind of what it is more emphasis on. And then comic themes deal with man's imperfections, vices, and weaknesses, and then kind of make a good story about those. They're just not looking as much as body. Okay, that is the comedy. What's it called? Dr. Faustus. Okay. It says one. Christopher Marlowe. We kind of dove. Okay, look on page 62. All right. Dr. Faustus Christopher Marlowe. In this background, Faustus legend had been long in existence at the time Marlowe wrote the play. We are in the background at the top of the page on page 62. So although various versions of this legend of Dr. Faustus had appeared in ballads and pamphlets, it is believed that Marlowe based this play on a German version of the story. Okay, the work is truly magnificent. Is a truly magnificent literary treasure because of Marlowe's vivid portrayal of Faustus's fleshly desires and the ultimate consequences of fulfilling those desires. Okay, when the play opens, Dr. Faustus sits in his study. This is kind of giving you the introduction to this work. He's sitting in his study. He has a desire to have all these worldly desires. Okay, it says Faustus tells Mephistopheles. Okay, Mephistopheles is the demon that came up from hell to talk to Dr. Faustus. Faustus tells Mephistopheles that he wants, he had desire to control the world. He he wants all these worldly pleasures while he was here on the earth. Okay, and then if you guys look on the right-hand side in the background at the top, it says, and the devil in turn tells Faustus that such a desire can be achieved if the scientist will sell his soul to the devil. So this is the story of Faustus selling his soul to the devil just for mere pleasure, okay? Or something that he desired while he was on the earth. All right, so if you guys look in Act 2, scene 1, this is talking about where Faustus is considering still if he should go through with this and if he should, sell his soul to the devil. Okay, so Act 2, Scene 1, this is Faustus in his study. The first few lines, Faustus is kind of having this inner battle. He is talking to himself. He's saying, now, Faustus, must thou needs be damned, and canst not thou be saved? What boots it then to think of God or heaven? Away with such vain fancies and despair. Despair in God and trust in Beelzebub. He's basically saying, I want all these pleasures and everything, and he's saying that maybe he should just serve the devil if he can get pleasures on the earth, or worldly goods, or worldly things that he wants. Okay. Then the good angel and the evil angel enter, if you guys see on the right-hand side. So the good angel, he's kind of telling him it's like that whole story of, there's a good angel on your shoulder, there's a bad angel on your shoulder, your conscience is. The angel's telling him, leave the execrable arts. He's saying, just don't look towards it, just leave that. Execrable means detestable, abhorrent, and abominable. Okay? Then Faustus, contrition, prayer, repentance. What of them? He's like, well, if I go and be a holy man and a religious man, then what's the point in that? And then the good angel says, those are the means to bring thee unto heaven. Okay? So he's saying prayer, contrition, repentance. Like, why are those important? And the angel is saying, well, those actually take you to heaven. Then the evil angel says, but those are illusions, fruits of lunacy. That makes men foolish that do not trust them most. He's saying, you don't need those. Different things like that. So that's the battle that's going on with Dr. Faustus. Okay, go to page number 63. Okay, Faust says, of wealth, why the signory of Emden shall be mine, when Mephistopheles shall stand by me. What God can hurt thee, Faustus? Thou art safe. Cast no more doubts. Come, Mephistopheles, and bring glad tidings from great Lucifer. So he's basically saying, this demon is welcome. He's deciding to go with the option of selling his soul to the devil. Okay? Enter Mephistopheles. So this, like little inserts like this, enter Mephistopheles would be your stage directions. That's where people come in. The cues of leaving, entering, different things like that. That's where we see the whole aspect of stage directions. Okay? So Mephistopheles comes in. He's the demon. Okay? So he's talking to Faustus. And then if you guys look on the right-hand side, these are the conditions that Faustus said, this is what I want. You have to serve me and give me everything that I want for 24 years. You guys see at the very bottom, okay, of that, those conditions. So he says, first, that Faustus may be a spirit in form and substance. Okay, secondly, that Mephistopheles shall be his servant and at his command. Thirdly, that Mephistopheles shall do for him and bring him whatsoever. Fourthly, that he shall be in his chamber or house invisible. So he's saying, I can have Mephistopheles, but no one can see you. Okay, lastly, that he shall appear to the said John Faustus at all times in what form or shape soever he please. So when Faustus requests Mephistopheles, he's basically saying you have to be there. And then he's only doing it for 24 years. So I don't think it's worth it. Obviously, it's not selling your soul to the devil for a mere 24 years of everything that you want. So that's what happens. Turn to page 64. Okay? At this point in the play, Dr. Faustus's 24 years have expired, and then he sees the horrors of hell for the first time. So this basically would be the climax of the story, or the rising action, okay, towards the climax of the story. He's kind of seeing, oh, maybe I shouldn't have sold my soul. Maybe I should have, did prayer, be contrite, and repent, and he's seeing the horrors of hell for the very first time, and he's kind of second guessing his deal with the devil. And then again, the good angel and the evil angel come in, and then they were like, if you guys look on the right hand side on page number 64, it says, the good angel, oh, thou hast lost local celestial happiness. She's saying, well, since this is the horrors of hell, you lost celestial happiness, you lost heaven, different things like that. On the right hand or the left hand column on page 65 at the top, hell is discovered. Then the evil says, now Faustus, let thine eyes with horror stare into the vast perpetual torture house. So they're telling him to look. And then if you guys see at the top of each stanza, it says the clock strikes 11, the watch strikes, the clock strikes 12, thunder and lightning. Those are basically the stage directions and the different cues that's happening within this drama. And so he's looking at hell, the clock strikes 11, then he's begging God for forgiveness after the clock strikes 11. He's asking for forgiveness. He's saying, I'm sorry, I should have served you with my life, but then it's too late. His soul's already sold to the devil. The watch strikes, and then the demons come up from hell and drag him down with him. And that's the drama of Dr. Faustus. But we obviously can compare this to our life. I'm not saying that you guys are going to sell your soul to the devil. I hope you don't. But the things that matter in this life that we may think matter, like riches or whatnot, riches, worldly things, those will not last. Okay? And then we as Christians, if you are a Christian, okay, we as Christians have the hope of Jesus Christ. We have heaven to look forward to. So that's kind of how we can apply Dr. Faustus to our lives. Okay, go ahead and turn the page to page 66. Okay, 66 and 67. We should have read to 68, but I think we'll only have time to talk about page 66 and 67. Okay. The passionate shepherd to his love. This is another poem from Christopher Marlowe. Okay, we already said that Christopher Marlowe, he was one of the most colorful yet violent men of the world, the Elizabethan period. Okay, in the literary field, look with me with Meet the Author. In the literary field, however, Marlowe's scholarship and genius contributed greatly to his writing. So he was a very smart man. His plays, which portray man's desire for power, depict characters who willfully destroy themselves as they struggle to achieve their selfish goals. We saw this in Dr. Faustus, okay? His characters, they have a desire for power, okay, and they willfully will struggle to achieve their selfish goals. Marlowe's use of blank verse in his dramas greatly influenced later playwrights such as William Shakespeare. So Marlowe was one of the important writers during the Elizabethan period. He influenced William Shakespeare, okay? So in The Passionate Shepherd to His Love, okay, we said this was written by Christopher Marlowe. It is called a pastoral, okay? What a pastoral is, it's a classical love song dealing with shepherds and rustic life. That is a literary term. This is what a pastoral is. So in The Passionate Shepherd to His Love, obviously it deals with a shepherd talking to someone who he desires, okay, a girl. We talked about how Christopher Marlowe in his writing, their characters really want to fulfill their worldly desires. So in the story, The Passionate Shepherd, he's kind of using all these enticing words, these things that he's trying to convince the girl to stay with him and be his love, okay? If you guys look in the first paragraph, it says, come with me and be my love, and we will all the pleasures prove, the valleys, groves, hills, and the fields, woods or steepy mountain yields, okay? Just by looking at that, we kind of talked about the rhyme scheme, remember with A, B, C, okay? Just by looking at that, who can raise their hand and tell me what that rhyme scheme might be? Okay, the first stanza. It's not that hard, there's only 4 lines. What do you think, Michelle? No, it is actually A-A-B-B. Did you say that? Yeah. A-A-B-B, good. Sorry, it's kind of hard to hear with the math, but it is A-A-B-B because the first 2 lines rhyme, okay? then the second two lines rhyme together. So it is A, A, B, B. And that is actually the rhyme scheme throughout the entire work is A, A, B, B. The first two lines rhyme, the second two lines rhyme, okay? So each stanza is a new rhyme scheme, just to let you guys know. But that is the rhyme scheme. This is kind of what it's talking about. He's saying, come with me, be my love. And then he's enticing the woman with different things. If you guys look in the second line, we will sit upon the rocks, seeing the shepherd feed their flocks. By shallow rivers to whose falls melodious birds sing madrigal. Okay. He's saying, come with me, we have an enjoyment of nature. All right. Third stanza, and I will make thee a bed of roses and 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers and a kirtle, embroidered all with leaves of myrtle. So he's saying, I'll make you a bed of roses, and then I'll give you a cap of flowers. A kirtle is a dress embroidered with all leaves of myrtle. So imagine if you were the girl and he's saying, come with me, I'll give you a bed of roses. What does he say? Look in the fourth stanza. A gown made from the finest wool, which from our pretty lambs we pulled. Fair lined slippers for the cold, with buckles of the purest gold. He's like, I'll give you a wool dress. I'll give you fair lined slippers for the cold, with buckles of the purest gold. Okay. A belt of straw and ivy buds, with coral clasp and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, come live with me and be my love. He's saying, I'll give you a belt made of straw, an ivory belt with coral clasp and amber strands. So he's basically enticing her with worldly things. The last one, the shepherd swain shall sing and dance, or dance and sing, for thy delight each May morning. If these delights thy mind my love, or may love, then live with me and be my love. So he's kind of enticing her with just a bunch of worldly things. Okay, we just kind of saw that Dr. Faustus was desiring worldly things. Now the shepherd, to his love, is telling her, giving her all this worldly stuff, okay? So this poem was written in the Elizabethan period, but it actually incited a lot of responses to it. So something as controversial as this, back in the day, a lot of authors were like, well, I'm going to write a response to Christopher Marlowe's poem. And if you guys look on page number 67, the nymph's reply to the shepherd was written by Sir Walter Raleigh. This was one of the most famous poems that was written in response to the passionate shepherd to his love. Okay, so like I said, the passionate shepherd to his love is kind of talking about Marlowe's fleshly desires. It kind of shows his desires for worldly things and worldly pleasures. Okay, so page 67 is Sir Walter Raleigh's response. Okay, so this actually shows Sir Walter Raleigh's maturity in response to that. Okay, if you guys look in the first stanza, it says, if all the world were love and love were young, and truth in every shepherd's tongue, these pretty pleasures might me move to live with thee and be thy love. So he's basically saying, if the world and love were young, and if love were based on worldly things, then for sure I would be your love. Like, I'll come live with you if that's all that mattered in the world. Time drives the flocks from field to fold when rivers rage and rocks grow cold. And Philomel becometh dumb, the rest complains of cares to come. The flowers do fade in wanton fields, to wayward winter reckoning yields. A honey tongue, a heart of gall, is fancy spring, but sorrow's fall. He's basically saying seasons change, rivers rage, rocks grow cold. So at night turns to day, seasons change. But all these things do pass away. If you guys look in the top stanza on the right-hand side, thy gowns, thy shoes, thy beds of roses. It's kind of calling Christopher Marlowe's poem out. So thy gowns, thy shoes, thy beds of roses, thy cap, thy kirtle, and thy posies. Soon break, soon wither, soon forgotten, in folly ripe, in reason rotten. So if these things lasted, then she would leave, like the nymph is replying to the shepherd, okay? If these things lasted, like the gowns, shoes, the bed of roses, if those things really mattered in life, then for sure she would live with him and be his love. But this nymph's reply to the shepherd poem is saying those things don't really last, okay? So that's kind of the nymph's reply to the shepherd, all right? Tomorrow we'll discuss On the Life of Man and verses found in the Bible. Those were both written by Sir Walter Raleigh. But tonight for homework, go ahead and read pages 69 to page number, let me pull that up really quick. Today's Wednesday. Never mind. Okay, so tonight, just kind of review. We'll discuss that tomorrow. But tomorrow, we do have a quiz for over pages 58 to 65. Okay, so 58, we're talking about the Elizabethan poetry, which is rhyme, rhythm, and meter. Okay, the Fairy Queen, know who wrote the Fairy Queen, know who wrote the different works from pages 58 to 65. Okay, and then Dr. Faustus, the drama, different things like that. If you guys have any questions, you can ask, but go ahead and pull out your homework from yesterday, your workbooks, in your workbook, grammar, and then your handouts. We're going to finish the rest of diagramming with a few minutes left. Well, not the rest of the exercise, but we will go over on how to diagram. Okay, yesterday you should have done number 3. All right, it's not going to be graded, obviously, but I did want you guys to have something in front of you to look at while we go over diagramming, okay? So go ahead and turn in your workbook to page number 28, or exercise 28, sorry. Exercise 28, number 3, okay? And then that's page 15 in your workbook, not your handbook. Okay, and then in your handbook, turn to page number 38. Okay, page 38, subject complements. Yesterday we learned how to diagram simple sentences with the subject and the verb or the predicate, okay? That was 8.1 to 8.3. Then we said how to diagram complements like direct objects and predicate nominatives, or indirect objects and OCs, okay? Then let's learn we learned also predicate nominatives and predicate adjectives. We said that this line points back to the subject. All right, let's learn how to diagram compound sentence parts, okay? We are in 8.9. All right, in the way to diagram a compound subject, if you have 2 or more, you actually would draw a rocket in your diagram, okay? I call it a rocket because that's what it looks like to me, but you guys can look at a house. I don't really know. But you guys see how football, wrestling, and basketball are 3 subjects? So they drew a house there, a rocket, whatever you want to call it, to depict the diagram of 3 subjects. Where is a marker? Whoop. It's over there. I got it. Excuse me. Okay. Football, wrestling, and basketball demand much stamina. Okay. So my subjects would be football, wrestling, basketball. All right. So since I have 3 subjects, I will draw a rocket. Okay, my first subject is football. So I would do that at the top. Okay, my second subject is wrestling. Do you guys see that? My second subject is wrestling. Okay, then I would do that on the second line. All right, and then my third subject is basketball. Then I would put that on the last line. Do you guys see your conjunction there, the word and? So I would put that inside this little roof type of thing, okay? Football, wrestling, and basketball, all of these are my subjects. So I would still put a line dividing the subjects with the predicates. Does that make sense? Okay. So demand is my verb. I would still put that there. Okay. They demand who or what? Stamina. So I would still put that as my direct object. Okay? And then much is going to stamina. All right? That's how you would diagram a compound subject, right? Same thing with compound subjects and verbs. If it had a compound verb, okay, then I would do, if you guys look on page 39 at 8.10, I would do a rocket even on the other side for my compound verb, okay? Boxing and fencing must be carefully planned and supervised, okay? You see the word carefully at 8.10? Okay, that's describing both verbs, planned and supervised. So notice that it's not going underneath one verb, okay? It's going underneath both, therefore it is on the line of both verbs, okay? You wouldn't do carefully under planned and carefully under supervised. You would just do it underneath the one verb, okay? Same thing with a compound adverb. This is a little different. You would not draw a rocket, but if you guys look at that, the pastor spoke simply but powerfully. Simply is going to spoke, okay? That's an adverb describing your verb. Powerfully is also describing spoke, but there's that conjunction that's linking those two or joining those two words together. So notice how the word but is still on that dotted line, joining those adverbs together, okay? 8.12, compound indirect object, okay? Mother read Anna and Catherine a Bible story. So notice how the indirect object goes underneath the verb, okay? So it doesn't go underneath the direct object. Make sure you guys know that when you're diagramming an indirect object, that goes underneath the verb, okay? But you still would draw your direct object as an extension, like right here, but then your indirect object would be diagrammed underneath your verb, okay? And then a compound predicate nominative, same thing. It has a rocket, has that and on a dotted line in the rocket, okay? All right, so let's look at number 3 in our homework, okay? 1 should not regularly eat foods containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives, all right? Go actually to page number 39, okay? Page 39 at the bottom, participles. This is how you diagram participles. The line's drawn as for a prepositional phrase, except that the slanted line does not extend below the horizontal line. However, the participle begins on the slanted line and curves around, ending on horizontal lines. So look on page number 40. Okay, if it's a participle, we know participles are used as adjectives describing nouns or pronouns. If it's a participle, you would draw it slanted on the line. So we did have a participle in number 3 yesterday. It was containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives. All right, let's diagram this together. Okay, go ahead and pull out your homework and compare it to diagramming on the board. Page 28, number 3, or exercise 20, I'm sorry. Exercise 28, number 3, okay? Page 15, so 1 should not regularly eat foods containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives. Who can tell me what my subject in that sentence is? Good, 1. So 1 is my subject, okay? What's my verb? Should eat. Okay, are there any adverbs within that verb? Okay, not and regularly. So both of those go to should eat. Regularly. Okay. 1 should not eat regularly. Okay. Foods is my what? Okay, it's a direct object. Notice how it goes straight up. All right, direct objects go straight up. 1 should not eat foods, all right, containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives, okay? Let's look at this. Containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives What kind of phrase is that? Good. It's a participial phrase. Containing is describing which word? Foods, okay? It's saying which foods? The foods containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So I would diagram containing excessive sodium or artificial preservatives underneath foods. Okay, so how do you diagram participles? Okay, so like this. Same thing like an adjective, but since it's a participial, it's different. You would have kind of an extension. All right, does everybody see that? So containing would be any participles would be slanted like this. All right, you guys see that? Sorry if I'm standing in your way. That would be containing. Okay, containing who or what? What does it say? Sodium and preservatives. All right, so those would be used as direct objects. I would put that on the same line. Okay, but notice how it's compound, right? It's a compound direct object. Within that phrase, I would do the rocket for anything compound. Does that make any sense? Like, does that make sense to everybody? So I would do the rocket here. Okay. Do my dotted line for my conjunction and. Okay, it's containing what would go on the top. Or, sorry. Or. Okay. What would go on the top? Good, sodium. What goes on the bottom? Good, preservatives. Okay, I'm just going to abbreviate that. And then what goes underneath, or what's describing sodium? Excessive. And what's describing preservatives? Good. Okay, one thing that will help us know where things go is labeling your sentence. Okay, let's look at number 4. Okay, the teacher encouraged her students to proofread all their papers thoroughly. Okay, look at my subject. What is my subject? Teacher. What did she do? Encouraged. Who did she encourage? Students. So my subject is teacher. My verb is encouraged. Make sure you guys are labeling this in your book. Okay. She encouraged students. What would students be? A direct object. Okay. She encouraged students to proofread all their papers thoroughly. Okay. What kind of phrase is to proofread all their papers thoroughly? Good. It's an infinitive phrase. Remember how it's the word to plus a verb. So to proofread is an infinitive. Okay, what do you think that phrase is going to? Encourage. Good, Esther. She didn't, like, the students isn't to proofread all their papers thoroughly. It's not describing students. It's describing encouraged. Okay, that's what she encouraged them to do, is to proofread all their papers thoroughly. So therefore, that phrase is an adverb. Okay? We're just going to label everything within the sentence so that'll make us easier to diagram later. Okay, number 5. Courtesy stipulates that gentleman opened doors for ladies. Okay, what's my subject? Courtesy. What does courtesy or do? Who or what? Or what's my verb? Sorry. Good, stipulates. Courtesy stipulates who or what? Okay, that gentleman opened doors for ladies is my entire clause. Okay, it's a clause acting as what? Who knows? Say it a little louder. A direct object. Okay. Notice how my verb is an action verb, right? Stipulates. So courtesy stipulates who or what. That gentleman opened the door for ladies. That entire noun clause, because we know that nouns can be used as PNs, DOs, different things like that. Subjects, okay, that is a noun clause functioning as a direct object. Okay, what's number 6? What is my verb? Is, good. Who or what is? What's the subject of is? Not church. Choosing a church, okay? Notice how that is a gerund, okay? Choosing a church, that's used as my subject. It's a noun phrase used as the subject, okay? Choosing a church is who or what? A decision. Good. What is decision used as? Not a PA. PN, because it's renaming church, okay? My decision is choosing a church. Does that make sense, everybody? Am I going too fast? Okay, choosing a church is a decision to be made prayerfully and thoughtfully, all right? We're going to figure out what that is, what kind of phrase that is tomorrow. But tonight for homework, no homework tonight. Okay, it is Wednesday, but make sure you guys are studying your literature. Okay, quiz for tomorrow over pages 58 to 65. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Alrighty then, if no questions, you guys are dismissed.
All right, welcome to Algebra 2. We were going to have a quiz for today, but we're going to go ahead and postpone that till tomorrow. If you're a distance learner, you're welcome to take it either day. It doesn't bother me, but it's there ready for you. And then today is just a work day on review of equations and inequalities on pages 97 and 98. It is due on Friday. Green problems are assigned, non-green problems are bonus, and I'll see you guys later.